Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the digital world, welcome in Nuremberg. Wel- Welcome to the Max-Morlock Stadium and welcome to our Digital Tech Summit. My name is Walter Boxecker. I'm member of the board of the Nuremberg Insurance Group, and it's a pleasure and it's an honor for me to say hello to all of you here today. We are always interested in a good location. Last year we were in a brewery. This time we are guests in the Max-Morlock Stadium. And the Max-Morlock Stadium is the home of the Nuremberger Football Club. And this is a club full of emotions. This is a club he never plays in the midfield. Either we are in the first division, fighting against relegation, not always successful, or we play in the second division, fighting for promotion. But both generate emotions, and I hope a part of this emotion will transfer to our Digital Tech Summit. Why did we organize this Digital Tech Summit? First, we think that Nuremberg is a fantastic place for founders, for startups, for people who want to develop their things. We have a fantastic university, we have fantastic companies, we have a fantastic Zollhof, and this is a perfect surrounding. Yes. The man with the who was a man from the Zollhof. Okay, and second, we think that it is a good idea to bring startups, traditional companies, university, and politics together. We want to exchange experiences, and this on an extreme international level. We have, for the next 2 days, more than 20 nations here. Next good news is we are fully booked. Mr. Bauer always said we are completely fully booked. This means we are more than 800 persons in the next 2 days. Last year we had 400. I think it's a perfect development also in this case. International, I think we can take us 5 minutes to feel what is international. And I have a person here, some of you will know him. He will help me. Please tell me where you come from, and it must not be Fürth. It can be a little bit more international, and tell us what you want to do here for the next 2 days.
Yeah, why not? Can you put the microphone on? Ah, yeah. Do you hear me? Yeah, please raise your hands and tell me where you're from. And even if you don't do it, I'll come to you. Okay, tell us, where you from? Well, I'm from Germany, as you can see. As you said, like talking about football teams, getting up to the first division, second division, and once again up. I'm from Cologne, as you know. So, hey, that's so incredible. Now I want to hear, hey, what's your name? By the way, this is a microphone. Oh. I can throw it to you if you want to. Tell us, what's your name? Yeah,
Hi.
you can speak into it.
What?
You can speak into it.
Okay.
As I said, it's a microphone.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Zhou. I come from China, but I studied here in FAU as a PhD student. So I'm here to experience the hiking. It's my first time here. So And
That's enough. Say hello to her. You can throw it. Throw it. Throw it to me. Throw it to me. Yeah. No, throw it. Yeah. You can throw it. Yeah. Where are you from? So come on, raise your hands. Who's also from? Right here. Way over there. Oh, here. No, you first. You first. You got it? Oh, you got your bottle and your mobile cell phone in your hand. I don't want to break it. Okay. Ready. Let's go. What's your name?
My name is Sushmita. I'm from India.
Sorry, can you repeat your name?
Sushmita.
Sushmita?
Yeah.
It's Sushmita. Say hello to Sushmita. Where are you from?
I'm from India.
India.
Yeah. So I'm doing my master's in FAU. So I actually came here to experience how it will be like and to also participate in the hackathon.
That's a good one. You can throw it. And someone over here said, yeah, you're here. There you go. Oh la la. You want to take a picture?
Hello?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to make a selfie video.
A
Is it possible,
selfie?
right?
Hey, Benny, that's what I call a product placement. Now everybody sees Solomon over there. Hey, that's great. Now this guy is very funny. You have to tell us, not only taking your selfie, I want to know what's your name and where you from.
Hey guys, my name is Thomas. I come from the Czech Republic, which is small country near Germany. Probably you know.
We know.
Is there anybody who doesn't know Czech Republic?
Everybody knows it.
Excellent, excellent. I like you guys. I like you.
Why are you here?
And why I'm here because I would like to know something about deep learning, like artificial intelligence, and to improve my technology skills. Yeah.
There you go.
That's it.
Thank you to all of you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. We are very happy that you are here. Now we have to move on. I think if we take all the person here, 800 person, we need a bit more time. Yes, I think the cooperation between founders and traditional companies had a short but very intense tradition and history. In the middle of the 70s, some young guys were sitting in a garage, playing with calculators, thinking about bits and bytes, and the traditional industry did not notice them. But then these guys, Bill Gates and all the other guys, started a digital revolution comparable to the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. And now the traditional companies were afraid in missing something. So they went all to the Silicon Valley, the directors, the innovation teams, the business developers, and a lot of them came back like prophets of a new religion. Not only the clothes changed, also there was a lot of money in the system. And it was a very good time for startup companies because investors and the conservative companies said, you need 1 million for your business. No, it's better if you take 2 or 3 million, or if it is not enough, take 4. But then we saw that 95 or 99% of these startups failed, and the investors and the startup companies lost a lot of money. Now we came to the next step. We analyzed the situation, the startup analyzed the situation, and we saw that both have their advantages and their disadvantages. Startups are very fast, they are uncomplicated, they are transparent, and they are extremely focused on the customer. The traditional companies have a lot of business experience, they have money, and they have millions of customers. Okay? They have millions of customers. So I think we learned, and this is also a task for this meeting here, that we find the best out of both worlds. And with this best of the both worlds, I think we will be successful. Finally, I want to thank Benny Bauer and his team. It's not so easy to organize such an event like the Digital Tech Summit, but he and his team made an excellent job. And Benny Bauer, please come to me. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boxecker, for kicking off the event. I'm honored to now start the Digital Tech Summit and introduce you to what we are going to do within the next 2 days. So welcome again to Digital Tech Summit 2019. So I'm Benjamin, I'm the CEO of Zollhof, I'm a startup founder, and you might ask, why is Zollhof organizing such events? And our mission is to make entrepreneurship happen. And I think when you look at startups, the vital thing for success in the early phase is the team. And this event is all about building a team, finding co-founders, finding your next co-worker, getting together, connecting the dots. It all starts here. So that's why we as Zollhof organized the Digital Tech Summit together with corporates, with public institutions, with a lot of startups here, a lot of maybe to-be founders. So that's why we're happy to welcome more than 700 people at this event. Some facts about Zollhof for those who haven't been at Zollhof before. We're an incubator, so we help early stage startups to start their business, to find their first customers, to find their investor. We help them on the market. We have now more than 30 employees at Zollhof. We work with more than 40 tech startups, and we started 2 years ago, so still quite a young company. And you might ask, why are we called Zollhof? What a weird name. We were very creative, so like we called ourselves like our building. So you can see here at Zollhof, this is our building that we bought. We're just renovating it. We will move into this building mid of 2020. So please, next year, come and visit us. And if you're interested in maybe joining us, in joining a company that we work with, or in joining our startups, we just launched our job pool, which is an invite-only job portal. And for you guys, look at your badge. There's an exclusive invite code, and you can register today if you want to get first access to our new job pool. But before we go to Digital Tech Summit 2019, let's look back a year, because last year that was the first DTS, and I just want to take you back and show you some pictures on what we did last year and how it evolved. So last year we had like around 500 participants, also a lot of people from all around the world. We had 10 challenges in our hackathon. We had 10 startups that pitched on stage and 23 hackathon teams. We had a lot of fun on stage, a lot of really cool speakers. So the founder of Heartbeat Lips, for example, was on stage. CSO from Adidas, Daniel Kraus, founder of Flixbus, and of course Philippa, the founder of Emma. So like a lot of really cool startups and corporates, a lot of great talks. Hello world. So before we come to the Digital Tech Summit 2019, I want you to do the first challenge for today. So it's all about connections, all about getting to know each other. So I want you to turn back and for 1 minute, introduce yourself to the person sitting behind you. All right? So the challenge starts now, 1 minute. Thirty seconds left. We're almost done. All right, time is over. I hope you got to know your neighbor. That was the first icebreaker for today. So now maybe you already found your teammate for the hackathon. Right, let's move on. So, what is Digital Tech Summit 2019 is going about? We have 6 challenges that you can work on for the next 2 days. We have 25 speakers, and we have 30 startups from all over Europe that came here, and some of them will pitch tomorrow in our startup contest. And as Mr. Boxecker already said, we have already more than 700, around 800 participants, and we're fully booked, sold out. This year's DTS is separated in 2 parts. So one part is a conference that we can enjoy, and the other part is the hackathon. Of course, if you have a hacker ticket, feel free to join our speeches and our panel discussions. You're always welcome. So about the conference, there are talks and discussions by great startups and tech experts from around the world. We have our Startup Pitch Award, so we have a European-wide startup competition. We chose the 10 best startups. They will pitch tomorrow, and the best startup will win 10,000 euros. You can watch our semifinals and grand finals from the hackathon, of course, and see what the teams have developed during those 3 days. We have a lot of great workshops, so just like have a look at the agenda and join our workshops. And of course, we have an after-show party, and you know, of course, food and drinks is, of course, for free. So get inspired and experience the new. For our hackathon, there are 3 tracks, 6 challenges that you are able to work on. And that's important, you're going to solve real-world problems. So the stuff that you will work on, if you solve it, if you have good ideas, is actually helpful for society. So it's a really good cause. So also, more than 1,000 technical parts that you can play with. So like all the technical gadgets that you're dreaming of, we have it, you can rent it, you can work with it. And of course, the best prototypes, the best teams get awarded. So let's shape the future together. I will just introduce some of the tracks just shortly because you will hear the challenge pitches afterwards. So one topic is mobility, where it's about vehicle insurances, and also you can hack a trade fair, which is awesome. The second track is sports, and one topic is for sports enthusiasts and for sustainability in retail. And the third topic is health, where one topic is about helping and finding solutions for the blind, and also about personal health data. So those are the 3 tracks and the 6 challenges. You will hear that in detail in a little later. You can win awesome prizes. So there are 3 prizes. The overall best gets 3,000 euros. The best technical implementation, 1,500. And that's new, we have an audience award. So like every one of you can rate the teams pitching, and the best team that gets rated by the audience wins 1,000 euros. Very important thing, and this is also new this year, we have an event app. So like the agenda and everything that's vital that you need to know about the event, you can look it up in our event app. So that's your main source of information. So the agenda, you can network, so you can actually see all participants, write them, make a meeting, connect. There's an interactive map to kind of find your way through the stadium. And of course, you can see all speakers and everything that's happening here. You can find the download link, that's important, on your lanyard. So just look at your lanyard, there's a QR code, there's the URL, you can just like download it. And it would be awesome if you turn on notifications only for the 3 days, so you can hear and you can see when something cool is happening here at Digital Tech Summit. And of course, this big event wouldn't be possible without our partners. And I want to thank our main partners, which is Adidas, Nuremberg Insurance Company, Nuremberg Messe, Siemens Healthineers, and our supporters, Novartis, Müller Medien, Daimler, the University of Erlangen-Nürnberg, and Fraunhofer. So give them a warm applause. Thank you so much. And of course, someone will guide you through the event. And on Sunday, it will be Hannah Klose. She moderated Bits and Pretzels and other great events. She will be your host on Sunday. But you already saw him, our host from last year. You know him from the TV series. I think it's the best performing TV series in Germany at the moment, Die Höhle der Löwen. So please all welcome Amias Habtu for today and tomorrow. Thank you so much and have fun.
Danke dir. All right, guys. So great to be here. In case you don't know what's Die Höhle der Löwen, that's the counterpart of Shark Tank in the US, or Dragon's Den in England. And it's so funny because sometimes when people see me on the street and say like, I know you. And I was like, oh, thank you very much. Well, I know. Well, this is, if I translate it later. This is for the German-speaking person. I know you. König der Löwen, huh? I know you. You're from Lion King, huh? That's why, Höhle der Löwen, if you translate it, you're very quick to the Lion King. So I'm very happy to be here one more time, and very happy to go through with you. So you guys ready? Raise your hands if you're ready for 2 days, for 3 days going on. You ready for that? Give me your hands, yeah. Now everybody say, hey. Say, ho. Say, hey. Say, ho. Say, hey. Say ho. You guys making everything, huh? Okay. Say hola, hola, eh. Now you start to talk about, okay, God, come on, man. Get down, man. So we're about ready. As you already heard, we're going to meet hackers, entrepreneurs, and exciting startups or corporate investors in a laid-back atmosphere, and surrounding networking has never been easier that way. Just take a coffee or later on a cold beer, and you will have the chance to engage in an inspiring conversation with game changers of the digital eco-space. So 3 days of digital conference with a lot of speeches, workshops, and a 2-day hackathon. 250 developers, engineers, designers, and many more creative minds with different backgrounds working on the latest technology. So 700 and plus, as we already heard, event participants from all over the world, top keynote speakers discussing the hottest trends of digitalization. Now that's what I call a full package, isn't it? Yes. It is. It is. So as you heard, my name is Amias, and I'm very happy to be your host for the next 2 days. And we have top speakers supporting us. Melanie Rieback going to be with us, the CEO and co-founder of Radically Open Security, as you can see over here. Then we have Zachariah George, hopefully I pronounced the name right, CEO, a co-founder in Startup Bootcamp Africa CEO, Dieter Kempf, chairman and president of the BDE, Katharina Schulze will be also there, parliamentary party leader of the Green Party in Bavaria, just to name a few. And if you didn't know, now you know, Cacao is going to be here. Yeah, the DFB delegate for integration, a German national football team member at the World Cup 2010, and of course, she's going to be with us, Judith Gerlach, Bavarian Minister for Digitalization. That's incredible. What else do I want to say? We're about to start with our first keynote. And for our first keynote, she's from Netherlands. She has studied and written her PhD in computer science. She's co-founder and CEO at Radically Open Security, the world's first nonprofit security consultancy company, and former assistant professor of computer science at Free University Amsterdam. Let's get information about post-growth entrepreneurship by Melanie Rieback. Melanie, the stage is yours. All right.
It's super exciting to see you all here for this hackathon. And about these hackathons, it's great to have all of these energy drinks. It's great to, get together in our teams. it's great, to try and make these projects. If you win, who knows, maybe you're going to get some investment. Well, that's what I want to talk about today, about that whole investment thing. I would like you to think about business a little bit differently. Imagine for just a moment, what if business were the most effective form of activism? What if business was a mixed media for art? What if business was a vehicle for spirituality? And what if business could be a vehicle for creative expression? We're used to thinking of business as being a vehicle for shareholders. But this is a super limited way of looking at things, and I hope in the upcoming half hour to expand your minds. So, I got some inspiration, believe it or not, from the church. Now, that's not the first place you would usually think of looking when it comes to business. But there's an interesting group of nuns in the Netherlands. They basically created this, they used this organization, they created this organization called Regina Caeli, which is an excellent quality language institute. And they used this tax construction called a fiscal fundraising institution, a fiscaal fondswervende instelling in Dutch. Now, the way that it works is sometimes churches want to do a commercial spin-off. Like, for example, they bake some brownies, make some money, and eventually they want to get that money back to the church with a tax benefit. So the nuns started this language institute. The language institute operates and gets this money, and over 90% of that money goes back to the nuns. That's the emphasis of this FFI business model. Now, it segues into my story. You need to know something about me. I am a computer hacker. So I am paid for a living to essentially break into governments, into companies, into software, networks, infrastructure, and then we tell them how we did it, and we tell them how to fix it. Radically Open Security, we are a 5.5-year-old company, so we're not a startup anymore. We have 40 staff members, we've had over 80 customers, and we do work for Google, for Mozilla, for the Open Tech Fund in the States, but also Dutch government, police, banks, insurance companies, but also lots of SMEs, startups, and we do non-profit work for nonprofits, NGOs, and civil society. It's kind of like a Robin Hood model. The large companies kind of keep the wheels turning, and then we can service the little guys who have no budget, but oftentimes the scariest attacker models. So, when I started Radically Open Security, I had some philosophical differences with how the entire rest of the security consultancy industry is run. Now, for those of you who are familiar with consultancy, it's all very stereotype, people in suits, coming in and, delivering a report, big bill at the end, One time, before I started Radically Open Security, I was at the cybercrime team at ING Bank, and I was the lead researcher. We had a denial of service attack, and then one of these consultancy companies sort of parachuted in, and they were like, "Stand back. We are the professionals. We're good at this. We will take care of this for you." I was just like, well, okay, I am, in the cybercrime team, and it's my job to make the bank better. So if you're so elite, could I please see what you're doing? I could probably learn from you. Now, they didn't like that. They threw away bash history logs, they worked in Screen and forgot to turn on logging, even though I reminded them 10 times. And ultimately, they said to me, but you really shouldn't be watching us because security is hard. At which point I said, well, I used to be an assistant professor of computer science, specialization, computer security. Why don't you try me? So, the only way I was actually able to see what they were doing was by physically standing next to them, looking over their shoulder, because that was the one way they couldn't get rid of me, And of course, they were using the same open source tools as everyone else. You know? Now, they want you to think that hacking is black magic. You know? They want it to seem like a dark art. Why? Because they're afraid if they educate the customers that it will reduce the dependence and they will lose repeat business. You know, I was pretty annoyed, by this situation, and I asked around, and I, asked other companies, other corporates, the government, like, are you happy with this situation? Now, the answer was universal. They all said, well, no, we're not happy, but what's the alternative? Around the same time, there was a hacker camp. Once every 4 years in the Netherlands, we have this little grassroots, homegrown hacker camp. And it's like, tents in the grass with high-speed internet. A lot of Germans come, so we have a lot of blinking lights as well. But what wound up happening was this hacker camp got boycotted by the Dutch hacker community and the German Chaos Computer Club because it was sponsored by the market leader in security, Fox IT. Now, for those who aren't familiar with this particular company, they have done such things as building surveillance systems and then selling them to developing countries. When the hacker community called them on it, did they stop? Well, not quite. They sold that part of the company. They also do things like hacking activists because, Greenpeace is so scary. So, at that time, so this camp happened. The hackers kind of went wild. They sort of spray painted NSA on the side of this company's tent. They stole their golf carts. But they also created this camp within a camp called Noisy Square, which was dedicated to dialogue about ethics and morality in computer security. Now, I kind of put two and two together here because, I noticed, well, okay, the customers aren't happy and the hackers aren't happy. I think there might be a hole in the market. So that's when I left Radically Open Security. When I left the bank to start Radically Open Security. So when I first started it, everybody was like, or actually, sorry, I got like 4 hours of sleep last night, so my mind isn't completely. Anyway, but the point is, I went to my friend Michiel Leenaars from the NLNet Foundation, and I said to Michiel, I want to start this company, but I want to make it different, and I don't know how. And he said, well, actually, there's this really elegant construction from the Dutch church. It's called a fiscal fundraising institution. And he explained to me how that worked, and it gripped me. And I kind of realized, actually, what I could do with this is I could build a non-profit company. What it is a commercial front end for a not-for-profit back end. And the nice thing about this whole FFI tax construction is that it actually provides belts and braces that force you to donate over 90% of your profits to charity. Because if you don't, you'll get a really nasty letter from the tax authorities. Trust me, I got that letter once. You don't want to see it. And so it actually enforces legally that nonprofit companies actually are nonprofit. But of course, when we think about nonprofits, we're used to thinking about NGOs. We're used to thinking about foundations. But they have a fundamental problem. They are dependent on subsidies. They are dependent on donations. In the current political climate, with some of the populist politicians and whatnot, subsidies really are, they're drying up. It's not, the size of the pot of money that you can get, that just isn't what it used to be. Same thing also with donations. And NGOs and nonprofits are starting to realize that, hey, wait a minute, we need to start thinking about alternate sources of funding. At the same time, business, which we would think should be a really effective form of banding together to get things done, see, the problem is this has gotten somewhat corrupted. A lot of this has to do with Silicon Valley. So, but it's more fundamental than that. It's also about economics. So in economics, if you're measuring the growth of a country, you look at gross domestic product. And essentially, GDP always has to be up and to the right, okay? Now, if the economy flattens out, what happens? Layoffs, suffering. Why is that? The reason why is because there is so much extraction from our companies, in the forms of dividends, IPOs, acquisitions and mergers, stock buybacks, that our economy has to keep growing just to maintain a steady state. Now, this extraction is completely unnecessary. This is essentially what makes the 99% and the 1%, So I started wondering, how could it actually be that we could start building flat economies? This brought me to another economist that I'm quite fond of, and her name is Kate Raworth. She wrote a really excellent book called Donut Economics, and she asks questions about companies and about growth. She creates these great analogies with nature. For example, she asks the question, think about a tree, okay? If you have a tree at the very beginning of its life, it grows really quickly, almost exponentially. But at a certain point, that growth starts to taper off. And then it flattens. And then it stops growing and it starts thriving. If that tree wants to grow further, what can it do? Well, it's already reached its maximum size, so it can't grow further. But what it can do is it drops seeds. And then those form new trees. And then those can grow to their maximum size, etc. Now, the question here is, if this is how it works with nature, then why is it any different with our companies? There's only a small number of things in nature that grow exponentially. One of the most famous things is sometimes malignant, and it might kill you. I'm talking about cancer, of course. But I've also heard other stories. I'm not sure if this is true or fake news, but I heard there was this deer, and it has these antlers, and these antlers grow basically forever. And what happens? Eventually, it snaps the deer's neck. So the point is, exponential growth is not working in nature. And then that brings us to this. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be talking about this a little bit at this hackathon, so pay attention here. So this is the exponential curve, and it is everywhere. In every business school, every business incubator, pop culture, you name it, you cannot get away from this thing. But the question we need to ask is exponential growth working to get us where we need to go? This exponential curve is basically what we get from Silicon Valley, and I like to call it the Silicon Valley model. Now, there's 3 parts to the Silicon Valley model. 1, capital. 2, scale, aka the exponential curve. And then 3, exit. Yeah? So capital, scale, exit. Now, we take this as if it's gospel. But maybe we should stop and look critically at each of these 3 parts. Let's take the exponential curve. Why is it that we have to grow exponentially? Now, I believe personally that exponential growth is purely in service of the exit. If you are not planning on selling out in a discrete period of time, 5 years or so, then why would you need to grow so fast? Slow and organic growth would get you there. In fact, even flat growth will get you there. What about exits? Why are exits so important? Well, because we want to get rich, right? Well, but who exactly is this important for? The point is, if you are trying to build a company as an impact vehicle, then why would you want to sell it? Why would you want to end it? Almost no company that is sold or that has an IPO does not have their integrity compromised. Because despite the intentions you have at the beginning, essentially you are now controlled by either one, larger corporation or 1,000 shareholders. Take your pick. And you're no longer calling the shots. And no matter how idealistic the founder, it's kind of like with Google and with Larry and Sergey, they started with "don't be evil," right? And I believe that they meant it. But then, at a certain point, they sold, part of the company to venture capitalists. What happened? At a certain point, of course, the CEO, Larry Page, got replaced by Eric Schmidt. A little time later, they purchased DoubleClick. A little time later, the "don't be evil" just kind of disappeared. And that's the thing. What you gain oftentimes from business incubators is that we learn how to build vehicles for moving capital around. We are not actually learning how to build sustainable businesses. If you think about some of the businesses coming out of Silicon Valley, I can mention, of course, WeWork. That's sort of the most egregious example of this right now. But the truth is, to get big and have a lot of bulk, and yes, to have impact, the truth is you don't even have to build a viable business anymore. What you do is you bulk up your business artificially with somebody else's money. It doesn't matter, actually, if you have any revenue at all. In fact, it's better if you don't have any revenue, because that way you still have the promise of maybe having really big revenue someday, as opposed to being judged, on actual criteria based on actual sales. And you try and artificially bulk up your startup to the point that you become an attractive-looking acqui-hire for a larger corporation, like the Googles or the Facebooks or the Amazons. This is really what it is. We think we're building technology companies, and we're actually building these vehicles for moving capital around. Now, the question is, can we do this differently? I think that we can. Capital is another one of these things. We assume that you need capital to start a successful company. But I think we need to ask ourselves critically, is this true? I like to compare creating a startup with playing a game of darts, okay? So what I do is, if I want to play darts, I'm just going to sort of stand across the room, and then I'm going to take my dart, and I'm going to make a really big throw, And if I have a good eye and a good arm, then maybe, just maybe, I might hit that target right there in the middle. Or maybe I won't, because playing darts is kind of hard. But is there another way? Another possible solution to this problem is I can stand across the room, and I take my dart, and then I walk across the room, and then I gently place the dart in the middle of the target. Well, gee, that makes my life easier. But I would like to say that this is the difference between capital and exponential growth versus bootstrapping. See, when you have investment at the beginning, it is a distraction and it does not help you. Why does it help you? Because it distracts you from having a solid value proposition and a solid business model. I would highly recommend that everybody here read the excellent book called The Lean Startup by Eric Ries. This book essentially talks about how would you start with nothing? You build a minimum viable product. You try selling this MVP, and then you collect something called validated learning, which is basically, you don't listen to what customers say, but you pay attention to what they will actually buy. At that point, then, based on the validated learning, you can pivot and follow the pain in the market, and then eventually, organically, you build something with a solid value proposition from the bottom up. Now, lean startup is popular within the startup ecosystem, but the problem is it's brought in too late, you know? Venture capitalists love it, but at that point, you've already got that big pot of money first, you know? You know, it's also kind of similar with software development, okay? So if you think about software engineering, there is this lovely methodology that's called the waterfall model. So this can be summarized as follows. Collect the requirements, architect the solution, implement the solution, and then pray like hell you got it right the first time. Now, needless to say, we don't do it that way anymore. See, now we have agile. Now it's rapid iterations, daily stand-ups, 2-week scrums. Well, actually, it goes further than agile now. See, now we have DevOps. So now it's not weekly stand-ups, but it's 1,000 deploys a day. You know, it's continuous integration, continuous deployment, unit testing. Now, the point is, if we have figured out that this one big throw method of producing software doesn't work in building complex software, then why is it that we still think that this one big throw method would work with business? Truthfully, the lean startup is kind of like agile for business. You know, it's the same ideas. But then the question for us, you know, the homework for those of us here is how would we translate DevOps concepts then into the startup ecosystem? What is the equivalent to unit testing for your business? What is the equivalent to continuous integration, continuous development? So at a certain point, you know, it's easy to criticize, but it's harder to come with solutions. And I thought about, you know, I would really love, what happens if we move past the growth and if we start thinking about how to implement the dreams of these post-growth economists, you know, like Tim Jackson, like Kate Rayworth, you know, how is it that we could actually build that flat economy with our own startups? You know? And really, I mean, first of all, we need to lose the exponential curve. And instead, we need to start thinking about how can we build businesses with flat growth curves. The other 3 principles of post-growth business are also, in my opinion, number 1, no dividend, number 2, no investment, and number 3, no exits. Now, the majority of the startup ecosystem is going to look at this and say, that's useless. And for the purposes of moving capital around, they're completely right. But if you want to build a business, a vehicle for pure positive impact, then I believe that this is really the only way that you can do it. Now, this brings us to the related topic of social enterprise. You know, after all, we're talking about impact businesses, so, you know, how could we not discuss, you know, doing well by doing good with our triple bottom line? Now, I would argue that the father of social enterprise is Muhammad Yunus. He's a Nobel Prize-winning economist who invented microfinance and started the Crimean Bank. Now, he also wrote this really excellent book called Building Social Business. And in his book, he defines social business as, and I quote, no dividend companies for solving human problems. No dividend companies for solving human problems. Now, the entrepreneurial ecosystem took Yunus's ideas. They were very enthusiastic, and they said, solving human problems, yes. No dividend? We didn't hear that. And thus evolved the social entrepreneurship ecosystem that involves such gems as impact investors and selling your B Corporation to Unilever. Thus, causing people to ask the question, well, actually, what's the difference between a social enterprise and a normal company that's just a little less evil? Truthfully, no one knows how to answer this question, not even the social entrepreneurs. Now, Another thing about social enterprise that I think we get wrong is we tend to be laser focused on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. You know, Africa, solar panels, clean drinking water, this stuff is great, who doesn't love it? You know, but the problem is this is an incredibly tiny niche. Probably 0.01% of all startups have anything whatsoever to do with the SDGs. And then the other 99.99% of the companies of the world, you know, have nothing to do with the SDGs, but they're running the world. So, you know, I think this is a really important oversight of the social entrepreneurship ecosystem. I think the real question we need to be asking is how do we take those other 99.99% of companies and how do we make them social? See, this is where I think that post-growth entrepreneurship can offer some clues. See, if you eliminate profit motive from your business, then why else would you be doing it besides wanting to have a positive impact? See, if you're never going to get rich from it, then if you're not making positive impact, what's the point? You know? So I think that separating profit motive from the operational vehicle of business, I think that this is actually the essence of what can allow those other 99% of the companies, you know, to become social, each in their own way, and also without essentially changing much of what they do. Yeah. Another thing also is that we tend to think a lot about technology, you know? In the introduction here, I heard a whole bunch about technology, and we tend to kind of, you know, stare ourselves blind at anything that's shiny. You know, but the point is, you know, it's complicated, especially when the technology is complicated. And you start getting into issues like supply chains. Now, if you want to build, say, a social enterprise to build, say, a conflict-free smartphone, see, there's this great company in Amsterdam called Fairphone. I don't know how many of you here have actually heard of Fairphone. Raise your hand if you have. All right, good. So it's a great company, you know? The CEO, Bas van Abel, I want to say first, he is a hero because he started without any technical background whatsoever and said, you know, there is this problem of conflict minerals and metals in Africa, and I want to do something to bring awareness to this issue. But what did he do? Well, he figured step one to solve this problem is to get funding, of course. You know, capital, step one, you know? So what he did is he started a crowdfunding campaign, and it was successful. He got lots of money. And then the next thing he did is he went to the Dutch National Telecom, KPN, and a few others. It was successful, even more money. After that, he said, crap, now I have to build this thing. So what did he do? He went to Shenzhen in China because they know how to make cell phones there. Now, a cell phone is a fairly complex product. There's about 400 different components in a smartphone. Now, each of these components has a supplier, and each of these components also has a supply chain. And each of the supply chains have supply chains. But Bas did his best. He went to the suppliers of each, he wanted to build this fair phone, so he seeked out the 400 most fair suppliers of each of these components. And then he said to them nicely, you know, will you please behave fairly? Long story short, he went back 2 years later. What happened? They weren't behaving fairly. In fact, you know, turns out these suppliers have other customers. In fact, sometimes they're facing financial pressures, you know? So basically, he found out that 98% of the Fairphone was still not fair. Now, this is not Bas's fault, you know? I mean, he felt terrible about it to the point that he had a nervous breakdown and basically checked himself into the mental hospital in the Netherlands. You know, but this is not his fault. He learned firsthand that it's incredibly difficult to build ethical supply chains from the top down. But then the question is, if you don't do it from the top down, how else can you do it? Well, maybe from the bottom up. You know, Building a fair phone is a really difficult thing, but let's say you take just one of the 400 components in that fair phone. Let's say you wanted to make a fair LED. Can you make a fair LED? You know, that's probably already still kind of complicated. You know, what is an LED actually? I mean, metal, glass, a diode, you know? I mean, to make a diode, you need a semiconductor factory, you know? But let's say, hypothetically speaking, that you know somebody's uncle has a semiconductor factory, and you can make a fair diode, okay? Now, you're still a far cry away from having a fair phone. But if that diode is one out of the 400 components in a fair phone, you don't have a fair phone yet, but you can basically make 1/400th of every phone fair. And this is how you do it. You take reductionistic engineering logic to take problems, break them down into smaller problems, you know. Is there a business for this? No. Break it down into smaller problems. Break it down into smaller problems again. And then create a laundry list, a shopping list of startups that you would like to see. And then people, you know, just take the shopping list, put it online, Creative Commons, the whole thing. And then the point is, people can then say, you know, this one, I could do this one. And then you can start building this ecosystem from the bottom up. And we're already familiar with building complex things out of the most atomic parts. From simple things, we can put them together in more complex ways to build things with sublimely beautiful qualities. We know this already. It's called the internet. Anyway, so I'm running out of time, so I am going to wrap this off. But the point that I want you to make in the next day is that it's really easy to get carried away with the technology. I'd like to pose the thought experiment. What if you could take the world's problems, and what if you could actually change technology problems into business model problems? You know? I'm in love with technology as much as anyone. You know, again, I used to be computer science faculty, and I have a tech startup, but I believe that most of the world's problems today are not technology problems, they're business model problems. So in the next few days, as you're working on your hackathon projects, I want you to stop and think about this. We can build the next latest, greatest piece of technology. It can be a great pet project. It might even get funded. Maybe we can make a great startup. Maybe it can get acquired. Is this really what we want? If you really want to solve the world's problems, I think we need creative lateral thinking to stop being laser focused quite so much on the technology and to really try and get at the economic roots of the problem at hand. Anyway, this is all I'm going to say. Enjoy your hackathon for the next few days. Thank you.
Wow. Melanie Rybak, amazing. I was like taking up all of these information that you gave us. And you already were talking about the hackathon. So the DTS hackathon is going to start in a couple of minutes. So what do you think about this type of events? You ever been into these hackathons?
Sure. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I've been to plenty of hackathons. I mean, I'm also a hacker. I'm an active member of the hacker community, so hence, you know, I've also, you know, helped to organize them. I've been on the jury of them many times. I'm also involved in several incubators as well.
So we do have an expert over here in case of you're looking for someone in your team. She's ready for that.
Well,
I think so. Huh?
Actually, I'm leaving tomorrow, but...
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Melanie?
But,
yeah. One last word.
But one very last comment with this.
Absolute last comment.
If you want more information on this, please go to postgrowthentrpreneurship.com. Okay? There is a TEDx talk there. There is 8 hours of a workshop that goes into copious amounts of detail. I didn't have much time today to actually explain things, but if you want to learn more, that's where you can find it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So now we are about to continue, and well, can you answer me the question, who exactly are the partners of the Digital Tech Summit? To get a good answer, here's the deal. To that kind of a question, why not let the companies present themselves in a way we all know, in a pitch? That's how we're going to do it right now. They just have 5 minutes. Sounds like a deal, and we're going to start right now. I'll announce each partner one after another, and after that, you're crystal clear, know who the partners are of the Digital Tech Summit 2019. And we're about to start, if I am right, with Adidas and Nürnberger Versicherung Sports. Here we go. The stage is yours. You want to have another microphone? We do, right over there. Here we go.
Well, wow, okay, hello. Samuel, no pressure for us. We need to open this, okay? Let's breathe. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so guys, this is Samuel. He's your tech guy here today. He comes from CodeCam, and yeah, he will be here all the weekend for you.
And this is Marta. She's from Adidas at the business side.
Hello. Okay, let's get to business now. So, Samuel, what did you actually do last night? Were you preparing the speech?
Well, actually, I had my sports day yesterday. It's a little bit embarrassing, but I can show you a picture if you want.
I think we're dying to see it.
Yeah, that was literally me yesterday on my sports day. Netflix was way more tempting. And I felt like Garfield.
Well,
I think every one of you is knowing Garfield. He loves sitting around and hates sport and loves lasagna.
I think everybody in this room is familiar with it.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's way more comfortable to playing some video games or relaxing, chilling, watching Netflix instead of doing some kind of sports like running or so. Actually, there's a WHO study that tells us only 60% of the Germans are doing sports on a regular basis. And 40% are doing not enough movement for their own health reasons.
Well, I'm actually part of this 40%. I mean, I work in a sports company, and I really like a sport, but not always I'm motivated to do it, right? So I think I would need something that would make like a sport more adventurous.
Yeah, couldn't we create a more exciting experience if we use technology to motivate people to do some more sports, to do more movement, like connecting them or find them the right sports they have fun with?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think technology can really improve that. I mean, by data, I think we can just not know what we're doing, but how we are doing it. Imagine.
And maybe preventing health issues too, if you're telling them, hey, you're doing it wrong, and telling them how they're doing it right.
But actually here, that's why we're here today, right? I mean, we want to ask you to help us. We want to achieve this with you guys. So I think maybe we can show them something. I mean, this is a super powerful tool that now Samuel will talk to you about. It's not the only one that you need to use, but actually it would support to get some data from movement.
Yeah, to help understanding how people are moving or how they're exercising, we've got you a smart shoe. It's energy harvesting and it has a lot of sensors, like a 3D gyroscope and some accelerometers and other stuff. So you can track every move you make, every ball you're kicking, and get this data live. And so our shoes can tell us what we're doing and how we're doing it. And for all the hackers, we provide you an API so you can connect to the shoe and include it in your own technical solution.
So talking about solution, it's actually up to you how you do it, right? I mean, this is the gadget that we have, but you don't need to use this. I mean, you can be like Garfield and use one of the tools that he is using in the picture.
Yeah, so make your idea happen and motivate people so that Netflix isn't going to win next time, and therefore join our crew and help us to get Garfield out of his couch.
Wow, very impressive. You guys can let the microphone over here for the next. I started the time right, but it was only 3:30. Wow. Okay. Let's go ahead with the Adidas Sports again. Here we go. Your applause, please. And I'm very strict with the 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes starts now.
Hello, everybody. I'm Patrick. I'm part of Retail Innovations in Adidas. And we're going to be talking about enabling sustainability in retail today. But before I start with a brief, I kind of want to get an idea of who I'm actually talking to. So raise your hand if you own some Adidas product. Yay! Thank you for paying my salary. Awesome. So chances are high that you are one of the 700 million people that walk into our stores every year. So that's quite a big group. And that's kind of the point of view that we want to use today and leverage what we have together to make retail and Adidas in general more sustainable. So what's the pitch? Actually, I'm going to take the easy version because this one's kind of complex. We want to turn our stores from a place that only sells product to a place that enables sustainability, both for us as a brand, for us as a retail operation, but also for every single one of us who raised the hand or who didn't, because when changing the planet, we can include everyone, to be more sustainable in the upcoming years to come. So in order to give you an idea of where we come from, I'm going to start as a brand, and I'm going to tell you about what is our core belief. So our core belief is, through sports, we have the power to change lives. Our mission is to be the best sports brand in the world. And what do we mean by that? The best sports brand is the best product, the best experience, the best technology, and we want to do this in a sustainable way. Our mission, and there you see the founder, Adi Dassler, just in case you didn't know about the name, helping athletes to make a difference in their game, in their life, and in their world. Sport is essential for the health of the human race. We already heard about this with Garfield. But sport needs a place. It needs a mountain to climb and an ocean to surf. But we all know sport space is endangered. Pollution of our oceans, pollution of the air that we breathe when we go running in the cities, pollution all over the place. So for the love of sports, we want to take action. And we are the guardians of the spaces of sport. We guard and protect the spaces to ensure that sport is continuing to be a source of happiness, a source of health, and a source of togetherness. And how are we going to go about this? We want to fight pollution, and we want to fight especially plastics. And this is just a brief description of how we're going to go about.
The concept of throwing something away. Nothing gets thrown away. There's no away. It's just somewhere else. Our job is to try to reduce plastic waste as best as humanly possible.
I think the concept of one material product or a product that can be recyclable made out of one polymer has been a what if for the whole world.
We could put things together in a totally new way. We'd end up with a completely recyclable product.
We can create a product and we can recycle and shred it and turn it into a new product.
In the first test, we got very positive results.
And that's when we decided to say, okay, it's time. Let's pull the trigger, let's make it real.
To pull the trigger and make it real. How are we making it real? In general, sustainability has different aspects, and we're basically working all over the field in different aspects. One could be Run for the Oceans, where we engage our fans, our sports people, to actually drive the change when it comes to ocean plastics. One is Infinite Play, which is kind of like a more service approach, where we literally buy back product and turn it into something new. Futurecraft Loop, that's the short video that I just showed you, about having a 100% recyclable product because it's only made out of one material. And since we're talking about retail today, we're working with LEED certifications in order to guarantee the highest standards in retail operations, in retail building, and all this kind of stuff. So we mentioned we are the guardians of the spaces of sports. It's going to be about where the sport is played, where the product is made, and also where sports is sold. And that's kind of the angle that we want to be working on with you guys today. So it's going to be about the hardware of the store, be it like the fixtures, be it like the architecture or the interior design, but also about the software, about the operations, about how we're going to put the stores together in the future in a more sustainable and in a more eco-friendly way. Our stakeholders for this are not only the people who walk into the stores and buy our product. It's all about staff, it's all about media, communities, and the whole context where we see ourselves. There are 3 different directions that we want to propose to enable sustainability. If you find new ones, get them in. We're excited to learn. But the first one would really be about the environmental footprint in the store, its equipment and operations. So think about IoT, think about sensors, think about everything that is smart housing and smart retail. The second part, as we've already seen, is more about the circular loops, circularity, recycling, and waste reduction, not only of the product, but also of all the stuff that's going on in retail in general. And also getting data, getting traceability of all these things that happen in order to make more sustainable choices in the future. The last part, that's the part that I'm mostly working on, is about creating experiences in store. So this example is taken from our flagship store in Paris, where we have involving interaction, you name it, kind of technology there is, in order to enable people to, together with us, to have a more sustainable life. Where is this going to take place? The briefing is about talking about our retail spaces. So it's about the stores. And if you want to think about ideas of what we can actually do, think about your expectations. What does sustainability mean to you when it comes to retail? Is it about logistics? Is it about recycling? Is it about data? You name it. Along the consumer journey, how do you decide to buy a product? How do you decide to actually take this or that sneaker, ideally ours, going forward? Through sports, we have the power to change lives. Together, we have the power to take action towards a sustainable future. How can we all contribute in retail? How can we together hack retail to make it more sustainable? We're looking forward to your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adidas. Taking only 7 minutes. I've told you, I'm very strict. Here we go. We're about to continue. It's now the part of mobility. Nuremberg Messe. Hey.
Thank you very much.
Nuremberg Messe. You need a microphone?
No, we have a microphone, but we need one more presenter.
One more. Yeah.
You have one?
Yeah, of course, of course.
No, presenter.
No, that's fine.
A presenter. You got your headphones.
I don't know. I don't know.
You need the presenter. The click. No, you got.
No,
everything.
that's
we
fine.
have one. We would like to have another one if we can have.
Oh, okay, I'm out.
No? Okay.
No, that's
Sorry.
fine.
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastian.
And I'm Jana.
And we're very happy and excited to be here today to present the Nuremberg Messe Challenge to you. A truly intergalactic one. So you guys probably all know Han Solo and Chewbacca here. And after the defeat of the Empire, they are looking for new business opportunities. Now, they cannot go back into the smuggling business because, you know, they kind of not allowed to. But they have heard that more and more people are interested in organic and sustainable food. So they have decided to start a company in exactly that area. But then after a while, they realized that they don't actually have any clue what's going on in the organic food industry. And they also don't have any suppliers or potential customers. So they decide to go to a trade fair. Wait, a trade fair? Jana, what's actually a trade fair?
A trade fair is a platform where supply and demand come together in one place. It's a reflection and a meeting point of the market because it's for entire industries and value chains. And even in times of digitalization, it's one of the most important marketing tools in the business-to-business sector because people want to meet face-to-face while doing business. But that's not the only objective you can have and accomplish at a trade fair. For example, you can meet new companies, the exhibitors, and their products. And you can look at, touch, smell, feel, even taste the products you probably want to buy. Besides, you can learn about the hottest trends in the industry, meet interesting people, and of course, have a coffee or beer with your friends or colleagues.
Wow. Okay, so going to a trade fair sounds like a really good idea for Han and Chewy. But is there also one for organic and sustainable food?
Yes, there is, and it's a surprise here in Nuremberg and organized by Nuremberg Messe. Meet Biofach, the world's leading trade fair for organic food, or rather, the galaxy's leading trade fair. Han and Chewy can meet over 3,000 exhibitors and over 51,000 visitors there, listen to hundreds of talks and find an infinite number of trends. And that's on 83,000 square meters. That's the equivalent of 12 football fields.
Okay, it sounds like the whole industry is going to be there. But how much time do Han and Chewy have to visit all of this?
Well, typically our customers only spend 1 day at a trade fair because they are busy business people.
Okay, wait, so only 1 day to see everything? And this is where it gets tricky, because on the one side, our visitors don't have a lot of time, because if they're only 1 day there, that's not a lot. And on the other hand, they get confronted with way too much information. Like, you heard the numbers, 3,000 exhibitors and hundreds of talks. So it's this combination that makes it really difficult for them to find what they're really looking for and to identify what's actually relevant for them. So instead of reaching their business objectives, they might have a really bad time and a frustrating experience at our trade show. So they might decide to not come back to the next edition. And then this impacts our other customer group, the exhibitors. Because if there's less visitors on the trade fair, it also means less opportunities for our exhibitors and less potential customers. So they might get frustrated as well, and then they decide to not come back to the next trade fair either. So we have then this vicious circle that endangers our business and becomes a really big problem for us as an industry. And it's actually a problem for the whole industry. Like, look example for it at the CeBIT. So Jana, what can we do to tackle this problem?
Well, this is where we need you guys to help us, Han, Chewy, and over 1.2 million other visitors at Nuremberg Messe. Think about a smart, intuitive, and predictive matching solution that improves the efficiency of the trade fair visit and helps the trade fair visitors deal with a huge amount of information they get there. So help them find what is really relevant for them. This could be the right exhibitors, the best products, the most interesting talks, or the hottest trends based on their interests and needs. Be aware that this could be different for each visitor. So make them happy and effective visitors with your solution.
Exactly. Help us out. Join our rebellion. We've brought you real anonymized data from the last edition of the Biofach. This means we've brought you over 10,000 data sets that you can work and play with. We are open for and actively support all of your ideas, no matter how crazy they might sound at the beginning. We have over 1.2 million potential customers waiting for you and your prototype, because we want to scale your solution to all of our trade fairs. And obviously, we also have a highly motivated mentoring team with us that's always happy to answer your questions. Thank you for your attention, and may the force be with you.
Woo! Woo! As you can see now, you have a lot of fans out here, huh? Always wanted to say that in front of crowd.
I am your father.
Let's continue with mobility. Please welcome the Nürnberger Versicherung. Yay! You got your headphones? No, you ain't got it. I have one microphone over here and the second one you got. Here you go.
Whoop, whoop. Okay. So after the first pitches got 3 minutes and 30, I think we take a bit time out of this for our pitch. Yeah. So before we start with our mobility insurance track 2, we want to introduce ourselves shortly. This is Tobias from CodeCamp.
This is Lars, also from CodeCamp. And CodeCamp is a subsidiary of the Nuremberger Versicherung. I think now it's time to start. It's better. So This was one of the hottest discussion in our business kitchen. And I think a lot of guys know this problem. And I think Lars knows this too, because he suffered a lot at this time. Because he was forced to wait more than 600 minutes to enter a computer game. It was really crazy time.
Yeah, but Tobias, could you let me interrupt here? I mean, we show a World of Warcraft picture. What does this have together with a car insurance today?
Of course, I think for me this is obvious, because when I prepared for the pitch and for the challenge, I investigate the car insurance process when you want to obtain a car insurance. And then I realized, okay, maybe the people really like to spend time on websites, to spend time in waiting queue, for example, on the World of Warcraft, or, for example, here, Check24, this, this example, Check24, if you want to obtain a car insurance there, you have to read more than 4,000 words. You have to do more than 70 inputs, and altogether you need 18 steps. I think this is really time consuming.
Yeah, sure, and this is really one problem. You need to fill out a lot of data. But for my problem is that normally every car insurance does not take into account my personal lifestyle and my personal life section. To give a bit more spice on these details, it's I just bought a car some years ago with a car insurance together, and I moved from my hometown to Nuremberg. And before of this, I need to drive every day to work, really a lot of kilometers. And after I went to Nuremberg, my car stands outside on the streets, and I need to move it. Maybe once a day, maybe just sometimes once every week, but I still need to pay the full amount for my car insurance to be safe.
Okay, I think taking these aspects together, our problem is completely about data. For me, the problem was the user entered a huge amount of data. For example, the car insurance ID, and also a huge personal data, the bank account. You need former information of the former insurance companies and so on.
Yeah, true. And taking this to aspect as well, the second problem is that really no car insurance is taking your personal aspects and your personal life into account, and your personal needs which you take. I mean, every insurance have the slogan, be a lifelong companion, we want to guide you.
Come on, a lifelong companion? That sounds a bit lackey. Can you give us an example?
Yeah, when I prepared the pitch, I know that was a trigger, but a lifelong companion is, for me, the solution for this year. I mean, a smart companion, what I would call is like when I wrap the situation up, when I moved to the new hometown. First I lived on a little city, and I needed to drive many kilometers to work. I already told this. And this street was known for many car accidents because of wild, and about 80%. But why doesn't my insurance told me that this street was about an 80% problem by wild accident, and doesn't suggest me to drive on another street so I could avoid the accidents? And this is for me a smart companion and a smart insurance.
Yeah, I think it sounds really interesting, but maybe it's a topic for the future. Can you give us an example what we can solve on this weekend?
Yeah, for me, we thought about this, what could we do on the tech side? I mean, wouldn't it be awesome if we just take all our smartphones, which we have all day with us, we take a picture, or we take augmented reality and use a car and just getting a plopping price tag on it, let's say for about 20 euros. And in this 20 euros, they're already into taking account my financial situation, my personal needs, and the car insurance at all. But we also know that there are maybe not hackers here, and we want to provide a solution for you as well. So maybe just use smart data. The internet is full of data information about cars and car insurances, and the process all about of this. So that would be two approaches for it.
Okay, I think now it's time to wrap up. I think we have a huge problem with user-friendly interaction, and also we need more benefit for the customers. So I think now it's the time where the companion comes into play, and also you guys. So I think you should use the technology to simplify the process. And also I think you can use the data to create more benefits for the customer in the future.
Yeah, and I think we don't got Star Wars or Garfield, but we got some special things for you today. So we want you to join our car guild and come together with us to the car insurance pitch and car insurance challenge. Thanks.
See you later.
Great, guys. That was really cool. I love that picture. Great. We're about to continue. So we have two more companies coming to us. Please welcome from the part of the health, Novartis and Müller Medien. Hallöchen. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael, are you well prepared?
I hope so.
You ready to rock?
Sure.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. It's quite hot in here, I have to say. I'm really happy to be here at the second Digital Tech Summit, and I'm even delighted to stand in front of you, in front of this group of beautiful people. And even though the lights are really bright, I'm happy to look you into your eyes and feel your energy for what is in front of you. 48 hours of great hacking. Unfortunately, there are people out there who would not be able to have the same experience like I do. And I'm talking about blind and visually impaired people. My name is Michael. I'm working for Novartis as a data strategy lead. And together with our partner Müller Medien and Tesla, we're going to introduce you to our challenge, use technology and data to help blind and visually impaired people. And now I want you to do me a favor. Imagine yourself would be blind. And imagine how it would be like to master your life, to pursue your dreams, or to spend the rest of your life with your loved ones without the ability to see, being highly depending on other people. And this is not just about blind people, it's about visually impaired people as well. And imagine people that were able once to see and then lose their eyesight over time. How frustrating this must be. And it's affecting young and old people. And now I want you to go on a journey with me. Like, we could see this beautiful place as it is. But for patients, for example, with macular degeneration, it would look like this. And now imagine you would suffer from such a disease. You could stand in front of your family members, of your loved one, without being able to see their face. Or we're talking about retinopathy pigmentosa, diabetic retinopathy, or cataract. And the worst thing of all, being blind. So imagine this would be your daily challenge. And it's not just affecting a small amount of people. We're talking about a huge number. There are 36 million people who are blind out there, and 1.3 billion visually impaired. And that leads to huge costs for healthcare and productivity loss of around $3 trillion. This is 3,000 billion that is out there. Yeah, the question is, what are we going to do? I mean, I assume that you guys may not be able to recover their blindness so easily. But I would say you can help them recognize their environment and be more self-determined and independent again. So think about new opportunities that come along with data and digital to empower patients and their caregivers. So this is our challenge for you, Novartis, Müller Medien, and Tesla. Make use of technology and data to provide meaningful support to help improve the lives of blind and visually impaired people. And we brought a lot of great stuff with us, guys. We have, powered by Tesla, a Bookie Smart Pen. We have smart glasses, smartwatches, even a smartwatch for blind people. We have for OrCam, that's a wearable for artificial vision. And now imagine with all of the data that's out there, motion data, doing computer vision, labeled video data. So you can use newest technology powered by data, machine learning, and deep learning methods in order to go after it. And please don't limit yourself, nor your ambitions or your ideas. And who are we looking for? We're looking for data scientists, data engineers, front-end, back-end developers, designers, and business people. And at the end, I have to say, life is not fair, especially not to those who are negatively affected. And they can't really do much about it. But you can. And I'm convinced that this event brought together the smartest, badass hackers from all over the world who have the right motivation and skills to help blind and visually impaired people. We need you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a motivational speech. And by the way, I always wanted to be, can you bring the picture back, please? Can you bring the picture, the last picture that we have on this? Yeah, I always wanted to be B.A. Baracus from the A-Team. Hope you know that. Okay, I think, no, we're not finished. Oh my God, one more. Please welcome, of course, of the part of health, Siemens Healthineers. The stage is yours. 5 minutes countdown, go.
Hello, Nuremberg. I'm Monica Toma, and I'm going to present you the last challenge of the day. And do you care about your healthcare? I suppose you do. I do. And we all know that the outcomes, they depend on the precise diagnostic and the right treatment decisions, where both treatment and diagnostic rely on a complete picture of relevant data. As you heard today, and I'm going to say it to you too, technology is evolving very fast these days. And there is no denial that it affects the way we live our life. It's at our fingertips. It's impossible to ride the train or walk down the streets without seeing people with their eyes fixed in their cell phones. And cell phones now are a far cry from what they used to be. From making a phone call, now you can order your food, exchange emails, and the list is endless. Digitalization in healthcare is lagging behind, and most of people involved with healthcare will tell you that. But it's underway. It's important to make use of the digital technologies to improve the patient's life. So this digital transformation in healthcare, it's switching the focus from the healthcare provider to the patient, meaning at the core of the business is now the patient need. But patients are not just patients today. So they are individuals with healthcare issues, and they are actively concerned about their healthcare. They expect from the healthcare they receive the same level of standard they encounter in other parts of their daily life. And this also moves the focus from the one-time treatment to a whole pictures over a lifetime span of the patient. And okay, do we have the data to provide that? You may assume data, it's maybe easy to collect, maybe it's not completely. So there are challenges facing data in healthcare. It's fragmented, it's insufficient quality, it's not always available. But let's say we solve the challenges with the data. We have the data. Do you think it's enough? No, it's not. Because you will need to consider data privacy and security. And you know what it is said? With healthcare, it's different. Because regulations and law impose complex requirements. But despite all the challenges, both patients and physicians are willing to adopt new digital technologies. This is because people, they got used to the digital environment, and they are willing to have the same into their healthcare. It's funny, even the German government, it's approaching or wants to pass a law that allows physicians to prescribe digital applications to improve healthcare, and the health insurance company will reimburse that. So next time when you go to the doctor, you might get, besides some pills, some digital applications prescribed. Which brings us to our challenge to you today, which is we want you to develop a standalone mobile application that will enable patients to take ownership of their data and where physicians would like to team up. So what do you think makes a mobile application successful? We think it has to solve a specific problem. And in our case, it's access to data, collecting data, providing traceability of the interactions on the data, being able to share the data with whom you want. And maybe secondly, we believe it has to be easy to use. That's meaning logical integrations flows are mandatory, where text and button size matter. And thirdly, we think you need to comply with the laws and regulations. So think about patient consent and maybe data encryption. And of course, if you're not Trump, so maybe you don't have to think about that, but let's say so. Come join us in developing your applications, because our cloud-based TeamPlay Siemens Healthineers platform ways to integrate your applications that is be developed to manage your most important trait, your health. So we want you, and my colleagues here will support you too. Thank you.
Thank you. We want you, and we want you now to go out and solve all the problems. Now you have 3 tracks and 6 challenges. You heard about everything. We're about to continue with the ideation period for you out there, hackers. So what we have, the hacking area 1, as you can see, is mobility at the Nuremberg Messe. You find it, that's the red circle. Then you have the hacking area 2 for the track health with the Siemens Healthineers. Then you have the hacking area 3, which is right, where's that? Right over here for the health and Novartis and Müller Medien. Then you have hacking area number 4, which is located over here for sports with Adidas. And then you have hacking area number 5, that's the black circle for sports, Adidas and Nuremberg Physician. And last but not least, interactive area with mobility with Nuremberg Physician. Of course, there's the green circle. Now you know where you can go to to get your ideation round with the hackers. Do you have any kind of a questions? In case of yes, I think the Zollhof team and the Digital Tech Summit team is there to help you. If not, go out there and have a great hackathon time. And please do me a favor, go and get yourself an applause. I want to hear all of you have your hackathon time, 48 hours. And we're about to continue over here with a very interesting keynote regarding to the track health. And after that, we have a talk about health and sports that's about to start at 7:45 right over here. See you later. Thank you. people are back. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, give me an applause. Come on. Make some noise so everybody knows that peoples are there. We're about to running into our next point. And first, we will have a run about 15 minutes health keynote. And after that, we'll have a talk about the topic health and sports. So for the first, please welcome the CEO at Ionic Group, an establishment of platforms to shape Europe's digital future, a managing director at Heartbeat Labs. That's the digital health platform of Ionic. He has studied journalism and philosophy, worked also for ProSieben Sat.1 Media SE as the Executive Vice President for Group Strategy and Operations. Please welcome Dr. Johannes Kainburg. So Johannes, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Excellent. When I was in China last year, something perplexing happened to me. It was a normal Tuesday evening, and I was invited to a dinner 30 kilometers outside of the city center of Shanghai, in an ordinary shopping mall, nothing very fancy, normal people. And when I walked into that shopping mall to that dinner, Chinese people do have like restaurants and shopping malls, I saw a group of 100 people calmly sitting outside some shop. I didn't really recognize them. They were there. 2 hours later, after my dinner, I came back, and now it was like, I think, 9:30-ish. And there was still, the shopping mall was empty now, but there was still that group of 100 people sitting very calmly in front of that shop, all looking into their mobile phones, waiting. So I said to one of the Chinese guys next to me, "What are these people doing? Why are they still here?" And he said, "Oh, they are parents. They are waiting for their 4-year-olds that have private math and English classes." And I said, wow, I'm the father of 2 children. I wouldn't torture them like that, but I was impressed. I think this, for me, was a symbol of the will to win of China that we experience in these days. And the consequence of this will to win is this. Have you seen that picture? It's the biggest airport of the world. It has just been opened in Beijing, and it was built in 4 years. I'm living in Berlin. I know what it means to build an airport in 4 years. And to be honest, there are so many jokes about that Berlin airport thing, and I'm just angry about it. I don't even mean it as a joke anymore. I think it's embarrassing and ridiculous what we are doing with this airport, and I'm really impressed with what China is doing here. Now, what are the reasons? Why is China so successful, and why is China becoming a global leader in digital, but not only in digital, also in airports? For me, it's 3 reasons. Number 1, they have a gigantic market, okay? And as we all know, for any data-driven model, this is a perfect starting point and value proposition. There was a quote the other day from a Chinese official, and he said, "If data, in fact, is the new oil, then China is the new OPEC," and this is so true. So size of market is 1, but it's not the only success factor. I think the other success factor, and we don't like it, but we have to recognize it, is the political system of China. They drive a centrally steered, autocratic, digital capitalism. That's how you get these projects done in 4 years' time. Again, we don't like this system, but we have to recognize that as right now, they are very successful with it. And I think the third driver for the success of China, and that's why I just spoke about my observation in that shopping mall, is the Chinese will to win, to really become a global leader in these days. Now, what do we experience in Europe at the same time? A few decades back, a few very smart people in Europe had the idea to build a single market. If you ask me, it's one of the smartest ideas Europe ever had. It would be a very smart response to China and the US. Both have huge markets. We have the ability to also form a huge market, a single market. Now, this is a title story from The Economist, I think 2 or 3 weeks back. And it's telling the story why the idea of the single market in Europe is actually going backwards. Take just 2 examples. In Europe, there are still 5,000 national regulations that you face when you take an internet company from one country to another. 5,000. That's not exactly a single market. And at the same time, as we all know, the stupid, in my view, idea of Brexit, which is just a win-win, a lose-lose situation on both ends, is of course also driving the idea of a single market backwards. The UK will lose from that move, and the EU will also lose from that move because we are losing one of the biggest economies in EU. So that's our response to China's big market. I touched upon the political system. I think we all agree that's nothing we want to imitate. But then there's the will to win. When I grew up, this was everywhere. And I think it also made us kind of proud. In those days, no one was really proud of Germany, but it gave us a good feeling that made in Germany was something. This is the new version of Made in Germany. It's made in China. It's a central program that they are working against, Made in China 2025. And if I'm being very honest, I'm sometimes really surprised about the European and the German reaction to all this. We do feel sometimes a little even entitled. We look at China and think like, they don't deserve this. We deserve to be an economical leader in the world, like we've ever been. This is how we all grew up, right? But it's time, if you ask me, to wake up from that hibernation mode and simply face the fact that this is happening and that we do need to give a German and a European response to this development. Do you know what this is? This is a semiconductor from a Taiwanese company. If this company would ever grow broke, the global economy would collapse because they built the semiconductors for almost all the technology that we use in those days. Why am I showing this to you? I'm showing this to you because it demonstrates how dependent you become from other countries if you're not involved in the development of such technologies yourself. So what response can we give in Germany and in Europe? I think we have great origins. These are 4 pictures of great German engineers. And if you ask me, that's the origins we can build upon. Because I think there can be a German and a European answer to the success of China. And what do I mean by this answer? And what do I mean by these origins? In fact, it's the German virtues. It's hardworking, being very good in driving processes, questioning authority, driving real innovation, and ultimately coming up with a company like Siemens that exists for decades, and not just some startup that has been kind of founded only for the sake of quick flipping and exiting it 18 months or 2 years after foundation. Building something to last. I think this is kind of where we come from economically and where we can build upon. And there are examples where it's working out. This is just 2 examples for European companies that are, in terms of valuation, more successful than their comparable companies from the US. Auto1 has a much higher valuation than Cars.com, which is the same model in euros. The same holds true for Delivery Hero. So we can build these companies. We sometimes do not speak enough about them, but I think we can build them. And that's also what we do, and I just very quickly want to touch upon it, what we do at Ionic. Ionic is a Berlin-based company builder, so what we do is we start ourselves company after company. We are no VC, we are not putting venture capital in the other companies. We build and develop ideas ourselves and then operationally start companies, and we do it in an industry logic. That means we started once in edtech and gaming. This was far before I joined the company. We did it in fintech and insurtech with Finleave, which today is the largest European ecosystem for fintech and insurtech. Funny side fact, Ping An, the Chinese insurance, the leading Chinese insurance in 2018 made a 40 million investment into Finleave. So this is how things come together. And Heartbeat Labs is the project that we are working on right now. It's a company builder for digital health companies. And I think we also talk about sport and health in a second. Therefore, I want to quickly give you my view, let's say, on the development of digital health. It all started in the area really of sports. This is how digital health started, wearables, self-tracking, that sort of thing. I'm personally not much of a fan of it because I think I don't really see the value if I track how many hours a night I sleep, but I mean, it was the technology starting point. The next wave was online services like telemedicine. The technology is in place now in the US and China and some European countries. It's really big. In Germany, it's still small, but I'm sure it's going to come. There's no reason we are so used to whatever we want. We click on a mobile phone. There's no reason that in, say, 5 years' time, people don't want to do the same thing with healthcare. People want, if they have a sore throat, to simply look at their telephone, quickly speak to a doctor, and kind of find a fix for their sore throat. Now, the big thing in healthcare is AI now, obviously. I think, in fact, healthcare is one of the most suitable, let's say, realm for AI. Why? Because you have huge data amounts that have clear patterns that can't be always completely identified by a human brain. And I will touch upon an example in a second. And then the next wave is really gene editing and the combination of gene editing and technology, and that's what's happening right now. This is a pigeon. There was a breathtaking experiment a few months back. What was this experiment about? There was a swarm of pigeons taught to identify skin cancer. After 3 months, the swarm of pigeons was more accurate than doctors. And what does this tell us? I mean, if pigeons can do it, computers can do it. Doctors hate this, but it's true. Who of you knows 23andMe? This is amazing, I think. This is an actual picture from my desk. I ordered one of their samples. So what are they doing? They are a consumer product. I mean, think about it. They are a consumer brand that is analyzing your gene data. You can't officially order them in Germany, but I ordered them through the UK. And ever since I got the kit, it's lying on my desk. Why is it lying there? Because I think this will give me answers I'm not so sure I actually want to know about. This is true. If you do this test, you will hear you have a 30% likelihood of kind of getting cancer by the age of 70. Do I want to know? I'm not sure. It might mess up my life if I know that I get a very serious chronic disease. Maybe it will save my life, though, because I will learn that I should rather go to a skin doctor every 6 months in order to have my skin checked, because I have a strong proposition to get skin cancer. So I think I will send it to the US. There's another thing that all your kind of data end up with some security services in the US. So from a data protection perspective, I suppose it's also not exactly smart to do it. But my current thinking is that I think the value is even higher than knowing that not knowing. But it's a very interesting fact. To come to an end, Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, recently made this quote: "Biology is the next frontier in computing." So if you think 2 slides back, I was talking about gene editing. What is happening right now? The next wave of innovation is not merely digital anymore. It's biology, or let's put it like this, it's the convergence of biology and computing capacities. We have the machines now to identify vast amount of data, which was not possible a few years back. Steve Jobs was one of the first who recognized when he got cancer that actually all those chemotherapies, it's not going to heal him. He was trying to kind of decode his DNA in order to find a response for his cancer. And he said the famous quote, "I will be one of the first people who will be healed by this, or I will be one of the last people who dies of this, or one of the first that will be healed by this methodology." We all know his end, but this is what is happening now. The convergence of technology and biology is moving into an area that will fundamentally change our life and our life expectation. And my personal view is we as Europeans should not solely watch this development. We should rather play a role in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just in case after, you can have a sit over there. And I think we have to extend the round. So please welcome two more experts on the stage so we can talk a little bit more now about the topic health and sport. Please welcome the CEO at Ryzen, which is a sustainable sport clothes, and also shareholder at Wildling Shoes, Mario Konrad. Yeah, go and get your seat and something to drink. And he is the head of machine learning and data analytics lab, FAU. Before that, thank you, good to have you here. He was professor before that for computer science and sports and has co-founded Portables GmbH, Professor Björn Escoffier. That's great. So let me be between all of you. You still got your headphone. I'll give you that one here. And you got this one. Thank you. So, Johannes, after we've heard a lot of very interesting information, and I'm still so shocked about this airport comparison. So, but let's get. Well, I live in Cologne. Well, that's another story. The Ionic Group vision is a Europe that, through the creative power of entrepreneurship, will be or is already the leader in the digital world. So, what do you think needs to be done to become the digital leader?
I guess I touched upon it in my brief speech already. I mean, that mission statement or that vision statement that we are having, we are not talking about ourselves as a group, but we are talking about Europe. And I think it's making the point that Europe has no alternative but to stand up and to wake up and to leverage its entrepreneurial power to also drive in a fundamental way innovation rather than simply taking innovative products from other countries. And I personally believe that if you look at the, let's say, regulatory, the policy framework that we are facing right now, there's also no time to wait for policymakers to move into this direction because Europe is so busy kind of dealing with itself that there's no point in waiting. Having said that, we will talk about health and sports in a second. I think what we see in Germany right now under Bundesgesundheitsminister Jens Spahn, he's really one of the examples for me who's really committed to drive digitalization. And they really push tons of regulatory changes now that is really going into this direction. So in short, where we have those openness or when we face this openness from certain policymakers, that's great. If we don't, with regards to entire Europe, there's still no time to lose but to act.
So do you think that this is the biggest challenge that we have to front to get there, or are there any other challenges that we need to solve?
What do you mean with biggest challenge? So
the biggest challenge, after you said like the regulation is one part that we have to break down so Europe can be a competitor to Asia or America. Is there anything else that should be done?
Yeah, and I was touching upon it, and this is why I was telling the story of those 4-year-olds learning English and math. I do think, if I look around me, that sometimes we are lacking a certain will to win, and that there sometimes is a lack to work really hard, to go extra hours, to have the patience, understand that building something great is not coming overnight, that you have resilience and that you need to sometimes accept a step back and then you get up again and fight. And that's sometimes, or that's something I sometimes miss when I look around and I see a lot of people that think, well, we are doing well, it's okay, we all get good payment and our healthcare is okay-ish, and
so we have to stand up.
There's nothing to worry about, and I think there is a lot to worry about.
All right. So can you tell us a little bit more about your plans for HEAL, the recently established fund by the Association of German Private Insurance, ensures that Heartbeat Labs invested in?
Yeah, we didn't invest, but this is another example. We are managing this fund.
Okay.
But this is for me another example that, especially in the era of healthcare in Germany, there's right now a lot of movement. So I was referring to the, let's say, regulatory changes that the Ministry of Health is driving, and there are tons of. And another example, and that's this fund that we recently launched called HEAL Capital. It's an investment fund, a VC, venture capital fund for digital health companies. And all the German private health insurances, they are kind of bringing together the money and we are their partner, and we are managing this fund. And for me, this is another example where we can see that the industry players themselves also see there's no time to lose, we need to move and do something. Let's build such a fund. They might not have the capabilities to run such a fund by themselves, but they find the right partners, in this case us. And I think that's also overall a very good signal and sign for the market.
And it's not only about the government and the country to do something for that, it's also especially that we have events like this.
Absolutely.
The Digital Tech Summit, to bring something together, to ask, to find answers. So let me ask you, Björn, the Digital Sports Hub is a project initiative funded by the Federal Ministry of Economics and Technology. Can you tell us a little bit more about this project?
Sure can. Thank you for the question. Before I answer it, and I will include it in my answer, a little bit of a provocative answer to the keynote talk. Johannes, it was a fantastic keynote slash TED talk I just heard, but I need to also make a little bit of a judgment about the status of Europe currently. So the joy of my profession is that I get to travel a lot. So the last 6 weeks I was traveling 32 days on 3 different continents, and next week I'm going to be in Asia. And I see a lot of Europe, and we have fantastic people that want to win in a lot of... And I want to hear it again. I came here today to see a lot of young people having working in the joy of creating the new. And this is so enlightening, because this is what we really need. We need you guys to build the new and to create. And that's
I think that's very fantastic that he say that, and I think it's very important that we have during that kind of a digital tech summit to have that kind of a discussion.
I'll come to that. Okay, so he wants me to answer the question. I got it.
No, of course we can go ahead with it. You said like it's not really a provocative question or a statement. I think it's good to let the people know what's going on in the world, and it's also good to let the people over here know that we are on the right track.
We cannot stop, that's very true. We are not doing bad, but we could do better, and we certainly have to look at what's happening elsewhere in the world, that's true. So let me answer the question, because it's a good example of what's currently happening in Germany. So you might have heard that China is investing $100 billion into AI. That's true. And they start in kindergarten, which I think is way too early, but that's just my personal judgment. What we do in Germany sounds meager in comparison. So the German Minister of Economics just announced half a year ago that we will invest €3 billion into AI research, which sounds like a little bit less than China. But it's actually just a part of the story, because a lot of our innovation power does not reside in the government telling people what to do and what to strive forward in, but in the individual power of the people and of our small, medium enterprises and all those hidden champions out there that shape the market. And that's really, really important. So this digital sports hub is one example of where we are doing really good. It was a project in the AI competition of Germany. And we are the only country that had such a competition going on. So the Federal Ministry of Economics gave about 150 million euro in funding to consortia that wanted to change the market for AI in Germany. And we were one of those consortia. I can tell you the end of the story. We didn't get funded, but we created a lot of spirit in creating novel technologies in AI, together with players from this region. So Adidas, Medical Valley, the university were on board, but also others. And what we wanted to do was to do exactly what you alluded to kind of take the data that's out there in healthcare, because yes, there is a lot of data, but we cannot work with it because it's hidden in all those silos. So we wanted to create a personal data space, a digital me representation for individual people to actually be able to work with the health data that everybody's producing every day, but cannot be used for AI purposes and for better healthcare. And that's something that we want to change in future.
All right. Maybe a question to all of you. So due to digitalization, in which way will the health and the sports market change fundamentally? Maybe you want to start?
So they will change fundamentally because I believe that the next Google, Facebook, Amazon, whatever, GAFAM will be created in healthcare. That's, I think, one of the last frontiers where you have massive amounts of data, where you have a huge market, where you have similar problems in many different people, and where you have still solutions that don't really target individuals. And a lot of that is driven, as you also said, from things that we carry around every day, wearable systems, the smartphones that we use every day, but also sensors and data generation systems that are surrounding us everywhere, every day. It's just important, and I think that's a great asset that we have here in Europe, that we still, and I'm trying to be not too provocative here, protect the data in a sensible way. That's very important. And I think that we're doing better than the rest of the world, because when I talk to my colleagues in the US, they like what we have in Europe, the general data protection guidelines. And I don't know about the Chinese because I don't understand them that well, but I would still argue that it's better to have an ethical AI than something that's driven by governmental forces which are not doing things in everybody's individual best will.
Let's give it up to you. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer the question that general like the two guys beside me. We are a bootstrapped company, a sports brand company, so I have a view on this sports fashion market.
All right.
And I think we will see an increase in transparency, how people want to buy, how goods are produced. People want to get a fairly produced and high quality product, we think, and that's where vertical brands can give a great advantage, we think, because you have this 50% retail margin you pay for Zalando guys and whomever, and you can invest this into the production of sustainable and fair products. Maybe you know, some of you guys know Allbirds from the US. It's a vertical brand from, you know it, from San Francisco. It's funded in 2014, and it's doubled its revenue in the last, from 2017 to 18, from 50 million to 100 million.
Oh, wow.
In revenue. So we see a big trend in these vertical brands.
So, Mario, you still can go ahead. With hard work, there's so much you can achieve, like we've heard about China. What parallels, but also differences are there between startups and athletes, because this is your part, like, you know, sport?
This is a good question. Maybe it's about setting goals, consistency, and even it's getting harder, keep going.
Yeah.
And I think when winning, don't get an asshole and stay humble and be the hardest worker in the room.
And what could be the difference? I mean, these are the parallels. Are there any differences between?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot. Of course, there are a lot of difference. But if it comes to this, I think if it's come to business, it's about consistency and setting goals.
All right. So what are the biggest trends in terms of, let's talk about sustainability and sports at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned earlier, it's about, we think it's about, we see a huge trend to sustainable products. People want to buy more transparent produced products, and we see a big trend in this area, so that if you are a vertical brand, you do not have this B2C or B2B decision, so you can focus on just one type of customer and offer them the best solution, the best products.
So when you think about, apart from saving our planet, which is very important, what other advantages of sustainable sports clothes exist?
Yeah.
What can you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, the big, for us, sustainability starts with the people around us. So we try to treat people like we want to be treated in our company. And this is where all starts. We believe that. For example, we don't force people not to drive the car, but we give them the flexibility to make sports whenever they want. They have a free time all the day. And so as they like, I mean, we are sports people, and as they like to do sports, every one of us commutes with a bike to the company or run to the company. No one, we do not need to force them not going by car.
All right. So when we're talking, and we still stay with the topic sustainability, there's still many companies using plastic or other waste to produce, but the prices for sustainable clothes are still often even higher compared to normal clothing. Why is that still this gap between it?
Yes,
What's the reason for that?
This is some of the problems the retail market has. If you look for a product which costs €100 at Zalando, for example, minimum of 50% is going just into this retail channel, and not into
50%.
the minimum of 50. Minimum of, it's just for sending the package and owning the customer, of course. And so they produce it for, let's say, around 12 or 30 euros a product. So they have a surcharge factor of around 7 to 8. And if you then invest, let's say, 20 or 30% into a better product, then it does not cost 12, but 50 euro, and you have a surcharge factor of 7 or 8, you have to sell the same product for 120 or 130. And this is where we think vertical brands they do not have this kind of surcharge factors. They just you can invest more of 50% into your owning your customer and into your product.
Which is a good advantage.
Yeah.
So let's get back to a part you've talked already about it. AI. AI is everywhere. Which new solutions or products are the most exciting in terms of getting people more fit? In using AI.
Well, it's again all about the data. So I know this sounds a little bit like, so how do you deal with data really? And we saw that there's a data challenge here at the hackathon, but that's really key. You will probably not make a disruptive change in anything that's currently happening in the wearables or in the medical imaging market. Well, I believe so. Maybe there's something cooking at Siemens Healthineers, which I certainly hope. But I think the disruptive change in healthcare is going to happen around the data. So the fantastic products that you will see there, the next big ones are gonna be visible just there. There's a few things in the making from this region, from Germany, from Europe, also from other parts of the world. And I certainly hope that the solutions that we have in the oven right here are going to make it. But let me give you just 2 examples from healthcare and from sports.
Go ahead.
So one example from sports I would see is a growing ability to individualize. I agree that the current edition of wearables that are out there don't help you much because they count steps, so they track your hours of bad sleeping. But once you can connect that to other information that you have available about your life, whether, for example, you have a couple of kids, then the sleeping behavior gets pretty well explainable, or you're just not the person that likes to walk but swim. Current wearables cannot track that, or most of them don't track it. So you need specific solutions for your individual life. And a lot of the AI tools that current startups are producing, and we have seen that in the Digital Sports Hub proposal, because 100 small, medium companies in the German sports market were a part of that. And about half of them were focusing on this individualization aspect. They wanted to individualize the prediction of injuries. They wanted to individualize the predictions of the effect of your movement, your sleep, your nutrition, your stress behavior on your individual health status. And those are exciting things because the data that we have and the AI algorithms that we currently have will make that possible. Our own solution is, so if you watch the Winter Olympics, we will 100% win the next Olympic ski jumping because we're doing something with the German national team that, to our knowledge, nobody else in the world is doing in individualized prediction of performance.
Tell us a little bit more about that. That sounds really exciting, man. You start with something
I heard that there's people from the Czech Republic here and from other competitors, so that
But
wouldn't
that's okay. I
be
mean,
so much
they
of a
want to
good
be
idea.
a gold medalist, but
I can give you.
don't tell them.
Who won the gold medal in beach volleyball in 2012, men's London Olympics?
Wasn't it the two Germans from
The
Cologne?
Germans,
From
thank you.
Cologne, my city.
And why? Because they had data science tools made available for them by TU Munich and FAU University.
Oh,
Well, that's
it's
at least.
because of you.
Yeah, it's because of us.
Here we go, yes. So if you continue with that about the winter games.
It's just making the point of individualization, because the athletes at that international level are really all at the same stage physically. So you can train them, they can get a little bit better, maybe 0.5%, but then they have a bad night of sleeping just in front of the event, and they will lose that 0.5% advantage. But where you really have a gain is in data that's happening around that. And do you want to hear about the beach volleyball example?
Please.
So what we did was really simple. We had two AI algorithms running. The first one was detecting where the player and both players were on the playing field. In beach volleyball, in elite beach volleyball, all the movements of each player in world-class events are tracked and are video recorded, so we can track the movements. We know exactly how successful you can be against, if you're German, against the Brazilian team, if you try to attack to the left side or if you try to lob the ball over the block. That's just data. We generated the data from analyzing a lot of videos, and then the second AI was doing the data mining on what is the best strategy against the team. We told that the athletes before the match, so they knew that when they were in the situation of choosing one or the other attack strategy, they chose it data-driven. And that was giving them just a little bit of a tiny edge.
And that brought him the championship.
Well, we have some feedback from the athletes that they actually used that data to their advantage.
I think just to build on this.
Microphone up, please.
I think this is a fascinating example for impact of AI and data in sports. And you just mentioned, and I just wanted to quickly reflect and build on that. And I'm no AI expert at all. I just know about pigeons. The same we will see in healthcare, right? Because you also asked for healthcare. I mean, put together, and Björn, you touched on most of these elements, but let's just complete this picture, which we will face in the next 5 years, I'm 100% sure. So imagine, to start with, your body movements are being tracked by your iPhone or some other wearable. Your glasses or maybe your watch, let's see. That's very valuable data. How much do you sleep? How much do you move? When do you eat? How much do you drink? What's your heartbeat? What's your temperature? And so on. That's all available data, and it's all being tracked already. So far, no one is making, from a healthcare perspective, systematically use of it. And of course, as you said, there's also a huge data protection perspective to it. And I agree with you. In fact, I think GDPR is one of the best things Europe made in the last years. It's really a very good example for let's say, putting a framework for data in place, and the US is trying to copy it in a positive way. So that's the tracking data. Then put another layer on top of that, and that's you have some chronic disease, you have diabetes, I have asthma, I don't know, you go to your practitioner, he gives you a certain medication, some drugs, some other behavioral things you should do, and you will have a specified app that will be your friend, your digital drug, supplementing the medicine that you are taking. It will remind you when you need to take it. It will give you maybe certain daily variations in your implications, telling you today a little bit more, today a little bit less. And already those two elements together will lead us to a world, and then AI people can work on that, to measure the impact of healthcare to an extent that we haven't seen ever before. Clinical trials and research today in drug development is mainly done on questionnaire base, people take something and afterwards maybe you also take blood tests for like severe diseases, but for the less severe diseases, a very relevant part is like talking to people. How did you feel after you took a certain medicine? So that's the second layer, put that on top of it. And then combine it with the like developments that we see in biology. I was touching upon it. You might all have heard of CRISPR. So we are able now, or we have the capacities to kind of modify our human gene code. We can do it by now. There are instruments in place to cut out a certain piece of our DNA code, or to even insert a certain piece like in an Excel file, a copy-paste of a number. It's possible right now. And if you add this as a third element and then take the computing powers that Björn and people built in order to run all these analyses, what we will see ultimately is a completely personalized medicine. And if someone gets a diagnosed that you have cancer, and that's what doctors, and I'm no doctor, know already now, is like there is not the one skin cancer. There's not the one brain tumor. Like we think if someone has a brain tumor, that's like one disease. There are millions of different brain tumors out there. Any, in fact, cancer disease is a very special individual disease. And that's the hypothesis that I have based on the data that we are able to collect, based on the analysis of the human gene code on an individual level, and based on the capabilities to treat every kind of disease in a very individual way by ultimately adjusting our gene code rather than giving us some kind of chemotherapy that is kind of like the atomic bomb to the entire body. I think that's what's going to come if we bring together biology, medicine, and technology. And I would say in the next 5 years, the tech companies in the US are the drivers of this development right now. They put billions and billions into healthcare research. That's like the key strategic projects that they are working on. And this will have impact on the way we perceive healthcare to an extent we can't even imagine.
Mario, I forgot to ask you, by the way, who is your target group when talking about Ryzen?
Okay, the main target group is our triathletes. So we have one of our shareholders is Olympic champion Jan Frodeno. And so we started with this niche of triathlon and then tried to develop and expand this group into, I mean, the good thing about triathlon, it combines the three biggest sports in Germany. It's running, cycling, and swimming. And so we try to expand now into these next niche sports.
All right. By the way, in case of you have a question to our experts here on the stage, go ahead and just raise your hand. And of course, we have this kind of a cube microphone where I can throw to you. But yeah, as I said, watch out, the microphone is coming. Oh, that was me, my fault. Too bad.
Hey, so my name is Chris, and it's quite interesting because, I mean, Björn, you've been saying something like, yeah, with data, we can improve on a very high level, and only if the guy didn't sleep. No?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the guy, for example, then he doesn't sleep well before the night when he has an event, right? So now there's Mario, they're in triathlon. This guy who's there, I mean, his name is Jan Frodeno, is like super guy, crazy. Today, this weekend is Hawaii, yeah, the Ironman. So you are in Hawaii, 40 degrees. You do 3.8 kilometers of swimming, 180 kilometers of cycling, 42 of running, all one after another within 7.5 hours. Is there a way how, I mean, you would see that this is impact also on this kind of endurance sport? Because if I think about top sport on, I mean, the impact on the body, this is the one sport I would see. So.
Of course. Okay, so now it gets a little bit technical, but let me give you an answer to that. So we are, in my lab, modeling complete humans. That's pretty much cutting edge because that's stuff that's done in automotive industry for a long time. You're not crashing cars against the wall anymore, at least not all the time. But most often, 90% of the cases, you crash a simulated car and see what happens with the structures in the car. So why are we not doing that with humans? Humans are in their anatomical structure way more complicated than cars. But now, in 2019, we're able to simulate complete humans. We are not 100% accurate, but we're getting there, closer and closer. And we are able to simulate what will happen if you train a specific muscle in your lower leg a little bit more or a little bit less. And this gives you, we have predicted that, a 2% advantage in endurance running times. That means that the 2-hour marathon time is a given once our models work.
That's amazing. Why haven't you come out with this kind of a technology when I was a young guy? I could be Usain Bolt in the 90s.
So I have to admit that currently, with the computing power available in 2019, we are computing one cycle of running in about 3 hours, 20 minutes. Oh my God, the PhD student that does that is not here. So I can say whatever I want. It's probably not 100% accurate, but it's in the range of hours. So that means we take a long time for every change that we make to the system. We need to compute it for a really long time because, as I said, the humans are a very complicated system. We're getting better and better. We're getting faster and faster with the technology and with the algorithms. So in maybe a couple of years, we will be as fast as predicting what will happen if you wear a different shoe. Not these shoes, because this is the wrong brand if you're in Franconia. He's wearing the N brand.
I heard about it.
I'm sorry. So we have to...
You've been sponsored, man.
We have to get him some better shoes. It's just not the right shoe for the region. But anyway. So we can predict what will happen
if Johannes, you wear the same brand.
Wear the perfect shoe. Yeah, you can wear whatever you want. It's okay. I mean, we are friends. We can do that. Anyway, I wanted to say that we could predict that what the best shoe for you would be, and then also in future produce this shoe in the store while you're shopping. So that's one of the big ideas
Wow.
Sustainable and real-time production that we have with the sports companies here. I don't know what the other North American sports companies do.
All right, that sounds great. Another question over here. There you go.
Hi, I'm Gizem, and I'm a working student at Siemens Healthineers, and that topic is quite interesting. You're telling about AI, and an idea just popped out, and I wanted to ask, is it possible to do a tool with your knowledge and your data, thanks, for people who want to get healthy in a healthy way, because a lot of people, they somehow know about their health issues and health history, and the people, they want to be healthy in a healthy way, doing sports, but they do the false kind of sports. So is there any possibility to track also
which kind of
human
sport?
people, not athletes, to let them be healthier in their way of doing efficiency sports?
So now the short answer is no, because we're lacking the data. And I will just build on something that Johannes said earlier, that yes, we have the pigeons. So if you have a very limited problem, like for example, here's a picture, is there cancer in it or not? We can do it with pigeons, we can do it with computer algorithms. That's the status that we have in 2019, because we have a lot of data on this very problem that's labeled. So we have, I don't know, 100,000 images from cancer examples and 100,000 images of non-cancer examples, and boom, the AI works. Where it doesn't work is what you want to do. Because you and I are fundamentally different in our way of living, in our anthropometry, in our sleeping behavior, in a lot of different things. So you would need to individualize what you find in the pigeon example to you and me. That's precision medicine. And that's currently not possible because we're really lacking the data. Again, this data thing sounds like, wow, this is boring, but it's so fundamentally important that you can connect all that sleeping behavior, nutrition behavior, movement behavior, your medication history, your medical history, your blood samples, everything. And this is so fundamentally important that I predict that in 10 years or so, babies will be born that have a personal data space just coming with it. So I don't know how it works. It's either going to be fingerprint released, or it's going to be even a chip that's going to be embedded in their fingertip. I don't know. But it's going to happen because there's so much pointing towards we need this kind of data in order to make better predictions about individual health outcomes, and if you should have a disease at later point in your life, at better management of that. So individualization is really key, and we're not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your question. And maybe a question to you, Johannes. What are digital health related topics that startups, for example, should go with in case of funding their company? In other words, which topics do you think still have the biggest potential?
Well, I would never look at a company merely from a, let's say, financial perspective in terms of if I do this, I get good funding. I would always, especially in the area of healthcare, ask the question, does it move the needle and make a difference? And I would argue there are certain or a few areas that we see that really enter the healthcare space and make a difference. And I referred to some of them already. In the German market, in the next years, we will really see the breakthrough of telemedicine. I'm 100% sure. In terms of usage, it's still very small. But if you take into account, what do you guess? How many patient-doctor interactions are there in Germany per year?
Individually by...
How many interactions between a patient and a doctor take place in Germany per year?
By all 80,000 people living in Germany?
80 million, but
sorry,
you're getting close. You're getting close to the number.
80 million.
It's a billion.
It's a billion.
This is one of the highest numbers globally. And at the same time, we see that the average time of those interactions is very small and short. So this already indicates there is, merely from a cost perspective, an enormous benefit of having some of these interactions through a questionnaire or through a video consultation. Then there's another challenge, and that's rural areas and lackage of doctors in rural areas. So if you take these two things together, you already see that telemedicine will really address key market challenges. That's one of the, let's say, trends that I see. Another topic is process optimization for hospitals, for health insurances. Some of these operations are still run in a very, let's say, not efficient manner. And let's say technological support systems can help fundamentally to, for instance, improve the processes to run a hospital. That's the second, one of the other big, let's say, elements that I see. Then we touched upon it, digitalizing the way drug development takes place. This is a billion dollar market, and it's still run in a rather offline way. So I see huge impact there. And I'm just touching upon a few of them. Of course, and we spoke about it, the impact of AI in, let's say, discovering, diagnosing diseases and tracking treatment is another area.
One last question. Oh yeah, we got two more questions. Yeah, of course, yeah, you can go ahead. Where's the cube? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Thomas. I'm the FV
we
student.
We know you, Thomas. You've been the one with the selfie, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I have the question related to this awesome technique which you used for the volleyball team, German team. By the way, I hope that you are not using the same technique for the Czech team. I mean, if the German team is going to play against the Czech team.
Only in soccer.
Oh yeah, thank you. And the question is because you said you use it in order to win, in this case, the volleyball match. But what if we can use it in order to save our time? I mean, imagine there are students with the application, they can put there some data, how many hours I slept, how many hours I learned, and then I'm going to receive outcome whether I'm going to pass the exam or not. I mean, it sounds very funny. I think it's funny. On the other hand, it can be used for any kind of types. Let's say job interview, making presentation, making some certificate. So in this kind of thing, and whether this kind of technology can be used for each of us.
But it's already used for all these purposes. So I was a visiting professor at MIT for half a year last year, and there was a study running that tracked the sleeping behavior of graduate students just before exams. And there's a strong correlation between the amount of hours slept and the exam result. So if you the less you sleep, the worse your exam result is. But of course, that's a self-perpetuating effect. Yeah, no surprise, but now they proved it. There's also there is generators for master theses. There's generators for academic papers. Some people, some scientists even produce papers with their generators, submitted it to conferences and got accepted. So we are facing all these issues. But I certainly hope that you students still believe in the value of learning. Because believe me, what happens in your brain, these processes that lead to real innovation, to real novel things, they only happen based on your brain connections, the information that you have stored in that magical tool that you have on top of your shoulders. Without that knowledge, you will not be able to be creative, and you will not be able to be innovative. So once humankind has reached the level where we will give all innovation and creativity to the AI, we will very, very fast decline as a innovation species on this planet, because then we will stop to be creative.
If I may, I just want to add to that, because I 100% agree. And interestingly, yesterday I was on a conference in Venice called Future I/O, and there was a very interesting Chinese guy, and I was discussing my topic around China and Europe with him, and he partially agreed, but he also said that he would be a little bit less optimistic with regards to the success of China for the, let's say, next 50 years. And he made the same point as you. And I can actually go back to my 4-year-olds that are taught math and English, and in the future also AI already, like in toddler age. His hypothesis was that those are little, or what China is raising there as little machines. They are extremely efficient. They can obey, they can work hard, they can fulfill whatever tasks they get. But there's a certain lack, and that's creativity. And I believe as well that this is one of the foundations of Europe and something we can build on. And therefore I also agree, like for any person in academia, but also in business or in a startup environment, try to put your phones away as much as possible, because we are all addicted, and it doesn't exactly kind of push the way we can think in a creative manner. And this really can make a difference.
Go out there and play.
That's how it is, and I can just underline it because the way I studied, I really hated to be at the university, but of course I had my diploma, but it was the time sitting there and learning, and after that, I think this is the one part that you said, like about the creativity. I think, you know me already, but the creativity, I think I got it more just because I've been studying that way you said. Sit down and learn, and then you get the result. And that's why I'm sitting right over here with you, which I love and makes me creative. And I see there's another one holding the cube microphone.
I'm Simon, I'm a health economist, but I actually have a question for Mario on, because you kind of teased that you're trying to make a more sustainable supply chain to kind of have fairer products. And then we had all the other two guys talking about how they use data to make the world at least different. And now the question would be I mean, in a supply chain, loads of data points are collected. So how are you using data, or how are you planning to use data in order to improve your supply chain and to convince me as a customer that what you're doing is actually good?
I yesterday signed a contract with the CFO and supply chain managers. This is exactly what we try to do now. We start from this brand point. We never used data as it was a very small niche and company we started with. But now we are at exactly that point. We are bad in prediction, what people want to buy from us. I mean, we are not that accurate. So there's a lot of lost sales we faced the last 2 years. And so we try to exactly do this and use data to predict how the people want to buy our gear and optimize supply chain. This is our biggest issue we try to solve in the next months, hopefully.
Well, I would like to have one last question, but you know what? I think there's such a cool interaction. Let's go ahead with the audience, because let us say that you have the last question of this round. Is it okay to you? Okay.
Okay.
There's another one. Okay. So 2 more questions, and that's it from our side. Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Iman. Thank you for your illustrative examples of what can be done and what will be done in the next couple of years with data and AI. But listening to all of your examples and the possibilities that startups can step into to develop new products, sometimes I hear the back end, let's say, or like the drawbacks, such as there's actually data lacking for the things we want to develop, or okay, we need more video conferences for doctor's appointments, but especially in those rural areas where we would need them, we don't have a good internet connection, or things like that. Okay?
5G.
So what I ask myself and what I would like to ask you is, there is a potential of clever people in Europe. I think we admit there, even though there is potential to maybe have more of them, but can these people step into the back end of the problem? Is there a possibility, or are startups or let's say researchers already doing something to develop this backlash, or are we just victims of the ecosystem?
I mean, if you look at, for example, the US, I've been living there for half a year last year. The general infrastructure is way worse than ours. So if you look at anything except glass fiber to the home, I mean, that's really cool if you can stream if you can download a Netflix video from whatever 2.3 gigabytes in a couple of seconds. But I mean, it's not really an excuse to say that our infrastructure is so bad that we cannot develop solutions. So I think the solutions can still be developed on the basis of that. Well, yes, it's a bad infrastructure. I'm always complaining about the mobile network in Germany as well, because it seems that even in Italy, and I've been there yesterday as well in Bologna, so we could have met there. So even in Italy, you get constant internet and phone connection, and we cannot do it. Come on. So yes, just if you maybe heard it, yesterday our Prime Minister of Bavaria, you might like him or not, Markus Söder, gave a State of the State address, I guess, and he was putting a lot of emphasis on better infrastructure in Bavaria, at least. I hope you're living here, because well, we cannot do with that any longer. So it's getting better, and there's a lot of things, like Johannes pointed out, that are just lying in front of us that somebody has to pick up and create, as I said, the next Google in healthcare.
And having said that, you do have a fair point with your comment. And for instance, like 5G in China, there's no testing anymore. It's like becoming real. And I think, I mean, there's no point, and that's the point that I was trying to make in my keynote, in giving up and saying, okay, well, we don't have the infrastructure, so let's stop here. This is like not the alternative that we can take. I do believe in entrepreneurs that build models that address all these challenges. But yes, and that's more going into the direction of policymakers, there are certain, let's say, circumstances and prerequisites that we need in order to bring one or the other technology to life and to implement it. So I think it's a fair point with regards to the ecosystem that you are making. One more question.
Yeah, the last question from the man over there.
Yeah, hi, this is Rainer. I have one general question, because like in this society we like to, and AI, there's always like, okay, big data, machine learning, and the powers, but there's also problems. And I would like to ask you, because when we do all the topics you mentioned, we do machine learning, and there's noise in data, and in sports, in healthcare, there is a lot of noise in the data, and the topics are sensitive. So regarding cancer recognition or top performance sports, how do you face the problem? What do you say? Like, what about outliers? What about mistakes? Because in medicine, a mistake can cost a life. Or an outlier, how do you said 0.5% because of sleeping, yeah, but Dirk Nowitzki had a broken, or not a broken, but like his finger slipped off, and like the flu nights of Michael Jordan and Nowitzki, so they have top-notch performance without sleeping, with fever, with a broken finger. And I would like to know your opinion when you have the noise. How do you in sports handle the outliers, and in healthcare you handle the mistakes that are produced by the AI?
I can maybe quickly start with healthcare, and my point here would be, I mean, if data in the end shows that it's more accurate, like in the very provocative pigeon example, that an AI is more accurate than doctors that have been looking at skin cancer for 40 years, then I would personally say I would rather have a machine checking me than a doctor. Of course, also with the machine, there's also always the possibility that it goes wrong, but you have that kind of risk also with the physical doctor. The consequence that I personally find, especially in the area of healthcare, even more important than certain outliers, is responsibility in how to deal with all those data that are being tracked. That's the actual kind of discussion that I guess we need. Because if you add to the 4 layers that I was kind of summarizing earlier in order to decode a single human being, if you send that data to the health insurance and it says like, okay, Johannes, unfortunately after your 23andMe test, your monthly payment goes up by 100% because you're a risk patient, that's the type of consequences that we by all means need to avoid in our democratic and pluralistic kind of system that we all appreciate a lot. And if we see, and again I'm coming back to China, that in China apparently AI is being developed to discover the typical face of a criminal, then it becomes really scary, right? And that's the type of responsibility that I think we need to take, and where policymakers are really required to set the right standards. And that's personally kind of, for me, more threatening as a consequence in comparison to a machine might also make a mistake now and then.
Luckily in Erlangen we have the head of the German Ethics Council as a colleague of mine, Peter Dabrock, and he has a very dedicated opinion on that. So he says that whatever model we create, whatever AI or machine learning or whatever model we create that makes predictions, and we have, by the way, a scoring system as well in Germany running for a really long time, it's Schufa. And it makes mistakes, and the data might be tainted. That's used to predict your credit score, but it's the very same thing as social scoring in China, just on a totally different level. The difference is, of course, that we are able, with a lot of pain, to get insight into the data and to change them if they're wrong. So that's the big difference. But the outliers are completely normal, and we have to, as a race, as our species, just accept that they exist, and that no matter what model we build, no matter how accurate it is on a lot of data, it will always have mistakes. And then the question is it doing better in those obvious and simple tasks than a bunch of human experts? Then I would also like to have the machine diagnose this problem. Or is it gonna make the cases that are problematic more problematic? And if you look at the recent judgments about IBM Watson for healthcare, they're disastrous. Every clinics that worked with it is just like rejecting it outright because it made simple, outrightly wrong decisions about very, very simple cases that even a student of medicine in the first semester would have seen, or even I would have seen, that I'm just a second member, adjunct member of the School of Medicine. So this is important, that we still keep the ability as a species to understand that the models that we build are built on outliers And these are inherent to those analysis things. I'll give you one last provocative thought. Humans are built, and by the way, biology is built in that way, that we produce outliers. The human brain and other species' brains can produce real stochastic processes. So that means that if you at any given point start with 2 times the same thought process, the same configuration, you might end up in 2 different thinking patterns, which is really exciting because that means that we can be really creative and we are always producing these outliers. And if you don't believe me, think about something, go down, get a beer, drink 2 or 3 of them, and you have completely reconfigured your brain to do new thought processes.
But don't do this with your wife. I know this movement. All right, that's it from the talk Health Meets Sports. Please give a warm applause to my experts on here, Björn, Konrad, and of course, Johannes. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, thank you for joining us on Facebook and YouTube. Of course, we will be back tomorrow. And yeah, have a good night. Thank you. Bye.